round one here. AM Gaming probably going to want to come out of the blocks a bit more aggressively there. We know there's lots of intimidate on Genesis's side there, and potentially looking to avoid locking into a move that isn't going to do too much against this opposition. Yeah, female Basque Legion on Genesis's side there. Let's see the leads. We get Corviknight and Hydreigon from AM Gaming and Incin Gyarados from Genesis. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Corviknight, of course, reflecting those intimidates. Well, reflecting the intimidate from the Gyarados there. We see a turn one. Mega into Mega Gyarados on Genesis's side. And a big Earth Power right out of the blocks onto Incin, taking it down below half, activating that Citrus Berry. And that return Waterfall again, taking Corviknight down to about 60% of its health. But this time, no flinch. Corviknight manages to get the Tailwind up and a parting shot into Hydreigon, taking it down to -1 on its special attack. So now we see the Basque Legion again from Genesis. This is a Choice Scarf Basque Legion. Last game, clicking Icy Wind to slow everything down for that end game where Sneasler could just close combat the Hydreigon. Will we see a switch coming from AM Gaming here? And Gaming does make the switch and brings out Tyranitar, bringing up that Sandstorm. Going to be chipping everything on Genesis's side of the board here. Corviknight just hanging on, but this Waterfall will finish it off. So there we see the chip to both sides of Genesis's field. And a Hydreigon comes out again. So we know that that Basque Legion went for Shadow Ball on the previous turn, so it's locked into there. Genesis potentially looking for his own switch to get out of what could be a very big Dark Pulse coming his way. AM Gaming yet to Mega, of course. AM Gaming opting to Mega his Tyranitar, getting the 700 BST beast onto the field. A passive play here, protecting on the Gyarados. An Earth Power into the Basque Legion, potentially getting the special defense drop. Scary moment potentially coming up for Genesis. We saw that Hydreigon hit it for roughly 40%, so on a -1, we'd expect that Basque Legion to be knocked out. So AM Gaming, though they are down 1, they do currently seem to be holding some priority here. Sneasler coming out. Which direction is this Earth Power directed? Into Tabasco Legion again, as expected. Ah, Hector, you're not going to get a Costa pop-off from me. I've got my wife in the next room, so I don't think she wants to hear me doing a Costa impersonation. Shit, all around the field again. What is Genesis going to bring out here? Do it. Not going to happen, Scotty. Ensign back on the field. Importantly, getting that Intimidate on to Tyranitar. That High Dragon being a Choice Scarf High Dragon is highly susceptible to a Fake Out coming from both of these Pokemon. Of course, we got a Poison Touch Sneasler, so the risk of poisoning that High Dragon high as well. Tyranitar opting to protect here. And a huge Fake Out into the High Dragon. With Close Combat coming in to finish it off. Now we'll learn what AM Gaming has in the back. Additional chip going around. So 3-2 Genesis's way for Pokemon currently. That Incineroar has taken the Tyranitar down to -1. A very tough position for AM Gaming to be in. We'll see if my voice can last until the finals, Hector. So this is a Citrus Berry Garchomp on AM Gaming's side, so we expect Sneasler to currently be the fastest thing on the field. Obviously that Tyranitar more than likely going down to a close combat if it comes its way. Incin going to the back. If it can come in one more time, be down to minus. And there's the big close combat onto Tyranitar. And what has this Garchomp locked into? Rock Slide. Interesting choice, being one of the slower mons on the field. And Sandstorm subsiding potentially at the wrong moment for AM Gaming there. You could say an Earthquake would have picked up that Sneasler already weakened, but now Genesis has the option to bring Incin back in, which he's going to do. Take that Garchomp down to -1. And that Garchomp will be looking for critical hits, I think, to get this job done. Big damage from the close combat onto Garchomp. Activating Garchomp's Citrus Berry. There we see the end of the Sneasler, putting in a lot of work for Genesis. That Garchomp down to its last 70% of health. Fake Out from Incineroar, obviously a big threat here, but Incineroar would do significant damage to itself to make that happen. So it would be very interesting right now to see what angle both of these trainers go for. Garchomp potentially in a position to pick up a double KO with Earthquake here. Dragon Dance from Mega Gyarados. You have to think that spells the end for Garchomp here. 4:20 on the clock for AM Gaming. Okay, let's see how these players... A big waterfall from Gyarados, securing the knockout on Garchomp, giving Genesis a quite comfortable 2-0 win. Over AM Gaming. Now, one thing we've asked these players to have ready for us is best of 1 teams so that we can get an additional match in the case of these very short 2-0 games. So I've just confirmed AM Gaming does in fact have their best of 1 team ready. We'll just find out if Genesis has one as well, and then we'll get an additional match for the spectators here. If you're new here, thank you for joining. Thank you for tuning in to the O2 Drop streaming of our spectator tournament. Okay, we're going to go in pretty blind here. So let's see what these players have brought for best of 1. All right, Genesis, we have Venusaur, Incineroar, Floette, Aerodactyl, Dragonite, and Male Basculegion. And then AM Gaming has a mono bug team for us. You love to see it. Vivian, Cleavor, Scizor, Araquanid, Volcarona, and Pinsir. Genesis in chat, confirming that he has in fact been mogged for the additional best of 1 match. What Vivian pattern is that, chat? That looks... Is it Meadow? Okay, we see the Vivian and Cleavor lead from AM Gaming, Incineroar and Aerodactyl on Genesis's side. Chat, that is the Marine Vivian. Okay, you would have to suspect that that Vivian is a Choice Scarf Vivian, potentially susceptible to a fake out from Incineroar here. But Cleavor also does like to hold on to a Choice Scarf so that it can get its fast Stone Axe off. So let's see which way these Pokemon are. So fake out into the Cleavor. Confirming there that Cleavor is in fact the Choice Scarf Pokemon. And Vivian securing the Sleep Powder into Incineroar, negating it for the next turn. Tailwind up on Genesis's side of the field. He'll be feeling pretty good right about now. Aerodactyl, potentially. Cleavor goes back into Araquanid. And Incin retreating as well into Floette. Big Rock Slide coming out, taking Vivian down to its Focus Sash. Extremely effective. Every Pokemon on AM Gaming side of the field is going to be susceptible to that Rock Slide, unfortunately. Vivian getting flinched in the process. Is there a way out of here for AM Gaming? We see the Mega Floette coming out. Wide guard from Araquanid. And a dual wing beat coming out from the Aerodactyl anyway. 2 successful hits into Araquanid. Taking AM Gaming down to 3 Pokemon. And a Moonblast into the 1 HP Vivian. Of course, that Vivian never surviving on 1 HP. Cleavor coming back out for AM Gaming. So Pinsir, obviously the Mega selected here, but Pinsir, as we know, if it Megas, will become a fighting bug type. Potentially not something you want to have in front of that Floette. Still 1 turn of Tailwind remaining for Genesis, so Aerodactyl is going to be the fastest thing on the field for at least this turn. Flying Bug? My bad, I thought it was... Oh, of course. Heracross becomes fighting. My apologies. Thank you, VS George, for correcting me. Skittles, I will fight you. Mega Heracross. So Mega... You guys have fucked me up. Mega Pinsir protecting, wanting to get through this final turn of Tailwind. Rock Slide doing big damage onto Cleavor. And Cleavor unfortunately going down to both spread attacks from Genesis. Pinsir versus the world. Can AM Gaming find an angle here to get themselves somewhere close to victory? No, they can't. A massive Rock Slide onto the Pinsir, leaving it on 0, and Genesis taking the exhibition best of 1 match. Alrighty. We're just going to take a small break while the last of the matches in this first round are finished up, and we'll be back as soon as that's finished. Alrighty. So we've got 8 out of 10 matches finished for the first round here. As we can see, Comedia, The Wizard, Magic Kura, VS George, Peter, AEIU, Chestnuts, Comrade Clown, and Genesis all getting wins so far. If we dive into the metagame, this won't be exactly updated yet, but be interesting to see where all these Pokemon sit at the end of round 1. Okay, chat, do we have any requests for round 2 on stream? If you're playing, let me know if you want to be there. Jump Cloud, a pretty good idea. We'll see if we can make it happen. We're just waiting on one final match in round 1. And we'll be back once that's finished. Alrighty there, chat. It looks like we are gaming. I think I've just seen the final match. Just waiting for a confirmation, and then we'll be moving into round 2. Alrighty, 10 out of 10. Matches complete for round 1. Moving on to round 2. Let's see what pairings we have and see who we can get on. Okay, we're going to grab our 2 Americans. Wacko VVS George. And we'll also get a second game in there so that we can have that one to fall onto if need be. Let's grab Chestnuts. Alrighty. Just waiting for our players to get into the room. Alrighty. Excellent. Okay. We have our players in. Let's get some team sheets up so that we can look at this while they're preparing. Alrighty, VS George running Focus Sash, Glamora, Whimsicott. With Fairy Feather, Mystic Water, Basculegion, Mega Charizard, Black Glasses, Kingambit, and Citrus Berry, Garchomp. While we have Wacko running Leftovers Volcarona, Mega Frostlass, Ockerberry Whimsicott, Mystic Water, Paldean Taurus Aquaberried, Lycanroc Dusk with Focus Sash, and Hydreigon with Citrus Berry. Right, Wacko versus VS George coming our way. Let's see what leads these players go for. We've got a Glamora Whims lead and a Volcarona Frostlass lead coming from Wacko. Aggressive lead from VS George here. His Crystal Glamora obviously looking extremely threatening in this moment. Let's see what our players go for. The Miko and Hector, thank you for following. Okay, our player's thinking this one out. A simple protect on the Frostlass from Wacko. Tailwind, very safe play from Whimsicott. And Power Gem going into the Frostlass. Wacko copying a massive break here, giving them the opportunity to drop the special attack of both Pokemon on the other side of the field. You would suspect that Volcarona potentially going down in one hit if that Power Gem was headed its way. Now we get a Mega Frostlass, putting up that Snow Warning. The Encore going in to Frostlass. Of course, Whimsicott being a grass Pokemon, unaffected by powder moves. And Glamora taking a very clean one-hit knockout on Wacko's Volcarona. Lycanroc on the field from Wacko. That Encore forcing it to switch. Hydreigon in the back for Wacko. Special defense drop from that Earth Power. And a Moonblast into the Lycanroc. A very safe double up from VS. Into that Lycanroc, unable to produce anything in this game, unfortunately, for Wacko. We come back to Frostlass and Hydreigon. So this is not a fast Hydreigon, it is Citrus Berry, but it's very susceptible right now to a Moonblast. Frostlass looking to put in some work, and a sunny day from Whimsicott. Big Power Gem, taking Frostlass down to nearly 25%. But it just clicks Blizzard anyway, getting the one-hit knockout in return on the Whimsicott and taking Crystal, the Glamora, down to less than 20% HP. And a Dark Pulse finishing off the job from Hydreigon. And we go to 2 versus 2 with Tailwind ending on VS George's side of the field. What has VS George brought in the back for this match? The ever dangerous King Gambit and the fishy. King Gambit holding low kick on VS George's side of the field. And a Basculegion with Last Respects and Mystic Water ready to take out this Frostlass. You have to believe that this Frostlass is going to have a difficult time surviving anything past a Protect. Sucker Punch, obviously a very easy button to click right now for that Black Glasses King Gambit on VS George's side of the field. Sucker Punch failing from VS George. Frostlass going for the nasty plot. A Dark Pulse from Hydreigon into the slower Basculegion, taking it out in one hit. We have a 2v1 here. A tough position for VS George now. Wacko making the read and turning the game around. This Hydreigon not equipped with any moves that are going to do super effective damage to this Kingambit. In fact, all of its moves, neutral or resisted. But Frostlass is the one that can get it done here. A very brave Nasty Plot. Shadow Ball into the Kingambit, taking it down to roughly half. And a Dark Pulse breaking it down even further. And the low kick coming in from the Kingambit, taking Hydreigon down to Citrus Berry activation. Healing back up to nearly 50%. What a tight end to game one we have here. The Sucker Punch Mind Games at an all-time high. VS George not clicking Sucker Punch again, and Wacko turning this game around and getting themselves the victory in game one here. Very impressive gaming from both Wacko and VS George. VS George in chat saying he never seems to sucker at the right time. As we wait for our players to ready up again. Let's jump in to these players. What a turnaround in that game from Wacko. Up against the ropes and just hitting a Raw Blizzard in Sun. 50% accuracy on both of those moves. You love to see the confidence coming out from these players. Okay, what sort of amendments will we get from our players here? Players taking the full allotted 90 seconds to find some sort of way of amending these matches for themselves. Let's see how they lead here. And we see a reverse tactic coming from VS George here, going for the Charizard Whims lead. A meta staple, some might say, and Whimsicott Frostlass coming out on Wacko's side. So we have a sunny day and a snowscape style face-off here. You have to believe that the Frostlass is potentially far more trained to be faster than Ben, the Charizard. Let's see what these players go for. Frostlass making a quick retreat into Hydreigon. Mega Charizard coming out on VS George's side of the field. Have to believe there's going to be tailwinds from both of these Whimsicotts. Tailwind from Wacko's Whimsicott. followed by a Moonblast into the waiting Hydreigon and taking it out with one hit. What a read by VS George right there. Predicting the swap out. A single target Heat Wave into Whimsicott here, taking it out even after the berry. A very, very impressive turn one from VS George here, eliminating both of Wacko's Pokemon on Wacko's side of the field. Frostlass coming back out, as well as Lycanroc. We do know, of course, that this Whimsicott is packing Sunny Day. Have to believe that no matter what Wacko does on this side, that Whimsicott is clicking Sunny Day to bring the sun back. Lycanroc threatening the one-hit knockout on Charizard on VS George's side of the field. Let's see how these trainers approach this turn. Ben the Charizard going back for VS George. And out comes Basculegion. Snow Warning from the Mega Frostlass. A Tailwind coming out from VS George's. A Rock Slide from the Doggo. And Blizzard from the Frostlass. Taking Whimsicott out and reducing the HP on Basculegion down to around about 40%. We're back to a 2 versus 3 here. Can Wacko find a way to finesse his way around what VS George has in the back? Out comes Crystal, the Glomora. Both players have Tailwind active at this time. Aquajet from the Basculegion, taking Lycanroc down to nearly Focus Sash. Toxic Debris won't mean anything at this stage of the game. 3 HP survival by Glomora. Where is its attack going? Earth Power into the waiting Lycanroc. The scare factor of the Excel Rock into Charizard negated by Crystal the Glomora. Now we have a 1v2. Frostlass versus the world. We have 1 turn of Tailwind left on Wacko's side of the field and 2 from VS George. A pretty easy protect turn from VS George here, but let's see how the players opt. Both trainers taking their time to think this one out. Spiky Shield from Glomora. And Blizzard from Wacko. Hitting again in Sun onto the Charizard. And a big Weather Ball taking that Frostlass out. We go to 1-1 and we go into a game 3 for Wacko versus VS George here. The Glomora Admirer. Alrighty, as the players prepare again, and we will join them to spectate this game 3 of round 2. how will our players try and make adjustments to secure this win in Game 3, Round 2 for themselves? Okay, and our players are ready for Game 3. We again go back to Glamora, Whimsicott on VS Georgia's side of the field, and Frostlass Volcarona from Wacko. Almost identical leads, if not exactly identical leads, to Game 1. Volcarona, as we saw, susceptible even at -1 to that power gem. Again, we see the swap into Hydreigon. Tailwind coming from Whimsicott on VS Georgia's side of the field, and the power gem just going straight into Volcarona. No time for that Volcarona to set up Tailwind. Wacko down 3-4 after turn 1. Tough turn 1 in this game for Wacko. Gonna have to find the angle to bring himself back in with Hydreigon and Frostlass here, facing down a full health Glamora and full health Whimsicott. We saw in the previous match that Hydreigon does go down to the Moonblast. Risky to keep it there. Lycanroc again hitting the field. Mega Frostlass from Wacko. And the Sunny Day again from Whimsicott. Power Gem getting the one-hit knockout on Frostlass. It completely unable to do anything in this game. And now we have Lycanroc and Hydreigon versus the remainder of VS Georgia's team. Difficult to see a way out for Wacko. Let's see if he finds an angle to try and direct this in his favor. Earth Power taking Lycanroc down to its Focus Sash. Moonblast targeted into the Hydreigon, taking Hydreigon out with another one-hit knockout. If that Lycanroc did not have a Focus Sash, it would be 4 for 4 one-hit knockouts from VS George in this match. And Wacko seeing the writing on the wall and getting out of that one. Incredible Game 3 by VS George, getting every win, every read right there. Impressive stuff. Alrighty, it looks like our other match that we had pending has finished. Let's check our matches. Unfortunately, it has 2-0. Okay, we still have most of our matches for this tournament pending currently. We're going to take a small timeout and we'll be back in a few moments. Alrighty. Chat, we have a best of one getting arranged for you. Taking place from The Wizard, aka Gru, and Chestnuts, who are going to be jumping in and doing a best of one while we wait for the final round 2 matches to be finished. They'll be using not their tournament teams. So let's see what they have to offer for us. Okay, the Wizard having Weirdeer, Frostlass, Sneasler, Garchomp, Milotic, and Scovillain, and Chestnuts having Charizard, Milotic, Floette, Eternal, Incineroar, Sneasler, and Sinistra. You ask these people to give you a quick match and they bring balanced teams. What is that about? What up, Maddie B? Alrighty, let's see what Hexmaniac, the Wizard, and Milotic Tamer Chestnuts can do for us. Chestnuts leading Sneasler and Milotic. The Wizard leading Wordier Milotic. Taking heed to Jamie Boyd's confirmation that Wordier Milotic is the best lead in all of VGC. Sneasler faking out into the Wordier. Poison Touch on that Sneasler, giving Rudolph the Wordier poison status. Muddy Water coming out from the Wizards, dropping the accuracy on Sneasler. And a coil from Chestnut's Milotic. Rudolph taking damage due to its poisoning effect. Okay, let's see what these trainers go for here. Sneasler returning for Chestnuts. Incoming Floette. And skill swapping Wordier. Giving an Intimidate to the opposing Milotic. Getting +2 on Milotic and Wordier. But the coil boosted Hypnosis going into Milotic on the Wizard's side of the field. Rudolph the Wordier going down to roughly 60% of its HP. Floette clicking the mega button here. Calm mind. Floette getting prepared for what's coming its way and getting prepared to dish some damage here. A big psychic from Wordier going into John Milotic. With another Muddy Water coming out. Chestnuts wanting to avoid any accuracy drops. Citrus Berry Wordier confirmed. Going back up to 50% health. And Wordier continuing to be whittled down by that poison status. And Dazzling Gleam picking up Wordier here, taking Melodic down to roughly 40% total health. And Chestnut's just very rudely clicking Recover in front of the Wizard's Melodic. A big +2 Muddy Water coming now. Taking Floette down into the 60% area with an accuracy drop on that Floette. Sneasler coming back onto the field for Chestnuts. Sorry, for the Wizard. Threatening the fake out. Threatening, we have to assume, Diaclaw into the Floette. What do both of our players do here? Floette going back for Chestnuts. Into Sneasler themselves. Diaclaw coming out as anticipated. And Chestnut Sneasler getting slept. Yeah, you're not wrong, VS. Quick best of one. Both bring Recover Melodic. Okay, 3 versus 4, sorry, in favor of Chestnuts here. The Sneasler unfortunately unable to wake up. Close combat into that Melodic, taking it down to nearly half HP. White Herb confirmed for the Wizard Sneasler. And another Muddy Water coming out. That +2 Muddy Water taking Sneasler out. And John Melodic going for another coil here. Getting some leftovers recovery, sitting at about 40% health. What does Chestnuts have in the back waiting for us here? Floette returning to the field in the face of a Sneasler ready to click Diaclaw. Chestnuts potentially going to be looking for a Hypnosis onto that Sneasler so that it can safely click Dazzling Gleam or Moonblast here. We see Chestnuts click Protect on the Floette there. And Hypnosis into the Protect on the Sneasler. The Wizard's Muddy Water going into the Protect and making contact with John Melodic down to roughly 25%, 30% health again after leftovers recovery. Both of these Melodics tough to take out at this point. Sneasler getting the one-hit knockout on Floette here. And an Ice Beam into John Melodic. Confirmation, I believe, that these two Melodics are in fact speed tied. In the previous turn, we saw Chestnuts moving before the Wizards. And we're about to see the final Pokemon in the back, and it is in fact Incineroar, giving that Melodic again a +2 boost. That Melodic now sitting at +4 special attack. Hard to see Chestnuts having a way out of this. After this turn, they're going to have to do some impressive work here to get this Melodic out. Very neutral turn. Chestnuts seeing the writing on the wall and ending that one with a forfeit. And just in time for the fact that we've finished round 2 and we get to pair up round 3. Okay, let's see who we want to get here. Okay, we're going to have Peter AEIIU and Magicora will be coming in to stream. We just got to get the code to pass it on to them. Both of these players 2-0. And what we'll do is while they're getting set up, we will quickly jump over and have a look at these teams. So Peter AEIU running a Basculegion Focus Sash, a Mega Blastoise, Citrus Berry for Farigiraf, White Herb Sneasler, Charcoal Torkoal, and Choice Scarf Vivian. So single Mega for Peter here. And if we go across to Magicora and have a look at their team list, we see that they are running a Chople Berry Defiant Kingambit, a Mega Floette, Focus Sash Unburdened Sneasler with a Naive Nature, a Sassy Leftovers Incineroar, a Adamant, Mega Garchomp, and Bold Citrus Berry Sinistra. So we'll just wait for these players to get themselves in. As we look to begin round 3 of our player tournament here. Okay, we have Peter in. Just waiting for Magicora to jump in as well. Okay. Okay, as we can see, Peter ready to go. Just waiting for Magic to jump in. Hey, Peter. Okay, there we go. Magic Aura. Alrighty, let's jump in and see how Peter AEIOU versus Magic Aura goes. So Peter got both somewhat of a fast mode and a slow mode. You would believe that he's looking to go potentially slower against Magic Aura here. If you're following along, please feel free to check out the pairings and the standings. Make sure we actually get our commands correct. Pairings. Alrighty, let's see the leads. Magic Aura sending out Sneasler Garchomp, while Peter sends out Blastoise and Vivian. Fastest fake out on the field on Magic Aura's side right here. What will our players do in this situation? Obviously, Peter looking to get some sleeps happening, but that Vivian very threatened by a fake out and rock slide combination from the potentially Mega Garchomp on Magic Aura's side of the field. And we do see that Garchomp clicking to Mega. And Peter also going for the Mega Blastoise here. Sneasler indeed faking out that Vivian. And Blastoise faking out the Garchomp. Relatively neutral turn one here. Of course, Blastoise now threatened by two very strong offensive Pokemon that are faster than it. This Vivian Choice Scarf carrying Sleep Powder, Hurricane, Rage Powder, and Pollen Puff. Magic Aura also having a coaching Sneasler on their side of the field. Sleep Powder, fastest thing on the field, going into that Garchomp, sending it to sleep. Did miss that, but I believe we just saw Peter's Blastoise clicking Shell Smash. This Sneasler now threatened by the Sleep Powder, which does go off. And Water Spout from Blastoise here, taking Sneasler down to its Focus Sash. Garchomp down to about 30% health. Pete will be hoping this Garchomp stays asleep. Garchomp waking up here. And a big stomping tantrum, taking out Peter's Mega Blastoise. What has Peter got in the back here to deal with these two relatively fast Pokemon? His own Sneasler. This Sneasler unthreatened by Rough Skin. Thanks to that Mega on the Garchomp. Peter obviously wanting to put that Garchomp back to sleep, making it neutered for a turn or two. Sneasler on 1 HP. As expected, we see a Protect from Magic Aura here. The Sneasler remaining fast asleep. And Dire Claw from Peter's Sneasler, taking out Magic Aura Sneasler. And we go down to 3 apiece. King Gambit next to Garchomp on Magic Aura's side. Sneasler threatening King Gambit with a close combat. We know that Magic Aura's King Gambit is Choppleberry. We'd expect it to be trained to live an Adamant Sneasler's close combat. How are the players going to angle this turn? Sleep Powder from Peter going on to the King Gambit. And then close combating into that Garchomp. I somehow don't think that crit mattered. White Herb restoring the drops. Making this Sneasler now the fastest thing on the field. Incin comes out from the back. 2 Pokemon on Magic Aura side weak to the Sneasler that has just lost. Gone -1 on its attack. You have to believe that Fake Out would be coming into the Vivillon slot. Magic Aura doesn't want both of their Pokemon asleep in this late game. And Vivillon has just sat there the whole game relatively unthreatened. It is locked in to Sleep Powder so that we know a Sucker Punch from King Gambit is not going to be doing anything. But Peter does retreat into a Farigiraf, revealing the final Pokemon for Peter. Stopping that Fake Out. Let's see how much damage this does to King Gambit. Taking King Gambit down to around about 30% health. Honkshoe Gaming indeed, Squidge. King Gambit remains fast asleep. Peter's King Gambit holds Psychic, Foul Play, Trick Room, and Protect. Foul Play, I believe, being resisted by both Pokemon on Magic Aura's side of the field. Peter here going for the Protect on the Sneasler. Kowtow Cleave. Taking out Vivillon. No more Honkshoe for the rest of this game. And we have a -1 Sneasler versus Incin and King Gambit. This game one very tight to call currently. Have to believe that King Gambit potentially going down to anything that can be thrown from King Gambit. King Gambit opting for a protect here. And Sneasler with a misdirected close combat. Flare Blitz from Incineroar taking out the Sneasler. Now in a very rough 1 versus 2 for Peter. The foul play going into Incineroar and not doing that much damage at all. Farigiraf versing 2 Pokemon that hit it for super effective damage. Oh, my apologies. This is a Flare Blitz only Incineroar. And Kowtow clear from King Gambit. You have to believe cleaning up Farigiraf. And Magikarp does go up 1-0 against Peter. AEIOU. Well positioned for the end game there by Magikarp. Good call by Squidge in chat. Somebody give this guy a world's invite. As we get ready for game 2 here, we have to consider how Peter might adjust his leads. Blastoise, Vivian, a very strong lead, doing what it needs to do, giving Blastoise time to click Shell Smash and deliver heavy hitting water spouts. Okay, let's check what's happening here. Okay, Magikarp just has a laggy game. Just take a minute or 2 here to restart. Shout out to our new followers so far. The Maiko, Hector Steele, and David Shu. And Peter and Magikarp are ready to kick off. We'll see if either of these players make any adjustments to their leads or what they're bringing in the back. Peter is running the solo mega team, so we have to believe that Peter is probably going to be going for that Mega Blastoise Vivian lead again. But can Magikarp find a way to close up the game even quicker than before? Or will there be an adjustment that Peter can make? We see a Floette Sinistra from Magikarp. And Blastoise Vivian again from Peter. Blastoise put in an awkward situation here. And Vivian as well, where we can expect a Rage Powder to direct any potential Sleep Powders. So Vivian may have to go on the offensive here, may have to look at clicking Hurricane or potentially even Pollen Puffing or redirecting itself. We do see that Vivian going for the Hurricane, taking Sinistra down to around about 16% health, activating that Citrus Berry, and a Dazzling Gleam coming out from Floette, taking Vivian below 30%. Shell Smash Blastoise. Turn 1 for Peter here. And Machagotcha going into the Blastoise. You have to believe this is going to 9 HP. A very aggressive turn 1 from Magikarp, putting Peter in a very tough situation here. We know that Hurricane, if it hits again, is going to take Sinistra out. But Floette, of course, being a Fairy type, is going to resist the Dark Pulse that can potentially come out of Blastoise here. That Hurricane indeed angling in to the Sinistra. Dark Pulse going to be fishing for some flinches here. And Dazzling Gleam cleaning up Peter's Blastoise and Vivian. Peter quickly going down to 2 remaining Pokemon here versus Magikarp. Peter having Sneasler and Farigiraf in the back. Sneasler, of course, could knock out Floette from this range, but we have to anticipate Sinistra going to be doing everything it can to redirect attacks away from Floette. Both players thinking out this turn. Very important turn for Peter. And that Diaclaw indeed going into Floette, taking out Magikarp's Mega for this game. Machagotcha from Sinistra. Going to be looking for some burns on Sneasler. Foul play from Farigiraf, finding its target. Of course, Sinistra not being a very heavily attack-invested Pokemon. That foul play, even though it's super effective, not doing all that much damage. Out comes Incin. And this will activate Sneasler's White Herb. A very tough position for Peter here. Again, Sinistra threatens the redirection. That close combat could be used to take out Incin, but if you click close combat, of course, into a Rage Powder by that Sinistra, nothing will be happening. Peter instead opting immediately for the Diaclaw, and Flare Blitz from Incineroar, taking Sneasler down to 9 HP. Foul play from the Farigiraf, not quite taking Sinistra down. And now Sinistra clicking Trick Room. A very tough position. Now Peter, of course, has the option to reverse this Trick Room. The Sinistra on Magicora's side does not carry Imprison, so there's no way that Sinistra can lock Farigiraf out of reversing. However, a second mind game begins where both Sinistra and Farigiraf may consider clicking Trick Room in this turn. Sneasler opting for the Protect. Farigiraf instead going for the foul play into Sinistra. And Flare Blitz from Incineroar directed into Sneasler. So Peter has worked it back to being 2v2 with a very low health King Gambit and a very low health Sneasler, and Magikarp brings out King Gambit. Sneasler trying to go for that second Protect. And Kowtow Cleave from King Gambit, cleaning Farigiraf up. Magikarp getting a very safe 2-0 finish against Peter here. Okay. Let's see if we can get some players in to do a best of one. Just sorting out someone to jump in to potentially take on Peter. Alrighty, we do have the Wizard coming back. Chat, please welcome back the Wizard. Alrighty, the Wizard and Peter are going to give us another best of one just while we wait for the rest of the round 3 matches to get completed. Alrighty, Peter bringing a Frostlass, Garchomp, Incin, Rotom Wash, Sneasler, and Talonflame versus DeWizards, Scovillain, Basculegion Male, Whimsicott, Sylveon, Glalie, and Pelipper. Okay, we have to believe that on Peter's side, we potentially again have a mono mega team with just Frostlass and DeWizard looking like most likely an explosion Glalie and Mega Scovillain. Okay, we see a Whimsicott and Glalie lead on the Wizard side of the field, and a Sneasler Talonflame lead from Peter. Tonkler and Snonkler versus Whimsicott and Rico. Chat getting excited for a Mega Glalie explosion. Double protect from the Wizard side, safe to avoid the fake out potentially coming. Sneasler instead. Looking to get rid of that Glalie before anything happens. Glalie getting a special attack boost and an attack drop. Not the type of moody chance that the Wizard is looking for there. Glalie, of course, retreating into a Basculegion. Focus Sash Whimsicott confirmed after that Brave Bird critical hit. Whimsicott encoring Sneasler into close combat into the Basculegion slot. Alrighty. Whimsicott getting the Tailwind up for the Wizard at last. The Brave Bird going into Basculegion and taking 75% of the health of Basculegion with it. Close combat into Whimsicott to secure the knockout there for Peter. No, Peter. White Herb on that Sneasler confirmed. And Wave Crash from Basculegion into the Talonflame, taking it out. Recoil taking Basculegion down into the red. We are 3 and 3 apiece here. Frostlass comes in for Peter. Peter potentially put off from clicking the mega button here. We don't having that snow on explosion. Not what Peter wants to give to the wizard, I can't imagine. Peter going for the mega on Frostlass. And the wizard gonna search for the moody gain that he wants. Close combat into that protect. And Blizzard going off from Frostlass, taking Basker Legion out. The speed drop for Glalie, very unfortunate. Pelipper comes out to change that weather. Have to believe with that speed drop, that Sneasler would still be faster than this Glalie. Peter sitting in a relatively comfortable spot here, you would have to assume. We're about to find out what this Glalie is packing, I believe. Chat wants the big boom. Is it coming? Oh, Pelipper, the fastest thing on the field, targeting Fronkler, confusing it. And then as expected, Sneasler, in fact, faster than Glalie, even under Tailwind. And Frostlass indeed hitting itself in its confusion. Robbing chat of the big explosion. Peter correctly guessing that the wizard would want to go for his Sneasler. Pelipper versus the world here. 3 turns of rain, but now that Pelipper likely the slowest thing on the field. Hurricane from Pelipper, taking Sneasler out after taking significant damage itself, and Dragon Claw from Garchomp, finishing up the job there. Okay, thank you to Peter and the Wizard for giving us that exhibition battle. We have one match currently still going in round 3. Okay, chat. While we wait for the final match to finish up, I'm going to take the chance for a small break. Please stay here. It looks like they are in game 3 of the final match, so we shouldn't be far away from kicking off round 4. Alrighty, stream. We are back. Waiting for players to get into the match. Let's get set up for round 4 here. At the O2 Drop subscriber tournament, we have on the left, we're going to be having Chestnuts, who's already been on for a best of 1 match previously. Currently 2-1. We are doing a top 8 in this match, in this tournament. So Chestnuts, well, either of these players, both Chestnuts and Maddie B, are at 2-1. So 3-1, 3-2 at the end of the tournament will give them a chance at making top 8. So both of these players potentially vying for a win and in. We'll take a quick look at their teams while they get set up. So Chestnuts, our player who will be on the left, is running a Leftovers Milotic, Charizard X, Mega Floette, Insyn with Citrus Berry, Kasib Berry, Sinistra, and Focus Sash, Poison Touch, Sneasler. If we go over and look at Maddie B's list, we see that Maddie B is running a Focus Sash Wims, a Charizard Y, Soft Sand Garchomp, King's Rock Dragapult, Leftovers Conkeldurr, and Citrus Berry Sinistra. Interesting teams from both of our players here. Let's see who can send themselves to 3-1 and give themselves a shot at making top cut. Not previously mentioned, but first place prize for this tournament is a $75 Australian that has been provided so freely by AM Gaming. Okay, on Maddie B's side of the field, we see a Dragapult and Sinistra lead, and on Chestnut's side of the field, we see a Sneasler Charizard lead. So we have potential fake out, Dragon Dance, Chestnut side of the field. And Maddie B with his very, very fast Dragapult is going to be looking to get some flinches going. Chestnut's just going straight away for the coaching and Dragon Dance. That Charizard now at +2 attack, but it probably is the fastest thing on the field. Sinistra clicking. Trick Room. So we are slow mode here with everything being fast. Quite the place for us to be in. Matcha Gotcha from Sinistra. No burns. And another coaching from Sneasler. We see a +3 attack, +2 defense Charizard take around about 25% damage from that Phantom Force. And Dragon Claw responding, taking that Sinistra out with a one-hit KO. Maddie B bringing in the Conkeldurr. Drain Punch, Mac Punch, Thunder Punch from this Conkeldurr. Drain Punch from Conkeldurr. Still only doing around about 25% damage. And why would Chestnuts not click? The coaching here. Critical hit on Sneasler. Dragon Claw coming out from Charizard again. A one-hit knockout on that Conkeldurr. Here comes Maddie B's own Charizard. Both Sneasler and Charizard on Chestnut side of the field. Heavily reduced in damage, but that Charizard is sitting at +4 attack, +3 defense, +1 speed. Look, Kevin ID, we all, you know, like and dislike different Pokemon, but Conkeldurr is certainly a choice. Sneasler returning for Chestnuts. Ingo in Sinister to restore some health on Charizard, getting it back above 50%. Matty B bringing out his Charizard Y with Drought. And a big Dragon Pulse into Charizard X. Finally taking it down. And Dragapult taking the opportunity to get a Dragon Dance of its own, boosting its speed and attack. Clear Body on Dragapult, preventing that stat drop from the Incineroar. Final turn of Trick Room, both Sinister and Incineroar will be the fastest things to move here, but fairly safe protects from Matty B's side of the field. And Sinister returning to Chestnuts. Potentially looking for the option. Matty B correctly seeing that Incineroar was going to go for Dragapult in that turn. Clicking Flamethrower onto Sneasler. And now we are down to 2 versus 2. And Matty B now has the fastest things on the field. Charizard looking powerful against Sinister, and Dragapult has the option to hit some Dragon Darts and look for flinches here. Those 2 Dragon Darts taking Incineroar down to Citrus Berry range and it healing back up to nearly 70% health. And Incineroar there not getting flinched by the King's Rock Dragon Darts. Dragapult opting for a Phantom Force in this turn. And Flamethrower from Charizard Y, taking out the Sinister. Matty B again correctly reading the direction the Incineroar was looking to go. And Matty B picking up game 1 there. Very interesting use of Trick Room in that match. Matty B having some pretty fast Pokemon on the field, but opting to go for a Trick Room that when it ended, he ended up being the fastest Pokemon on the field. Let's see if these players make any adjustments. So we saw both versions of Charizards, both players quickly locking in their round 2 leads. Matty B going for a double dragon lead. Garchomp and Dragapult, while Chestnuts goes for the same lead, Charizard and Sneasler. You'd have to assume that Charizard on Chestnut's side of the field feels pretty threatened here. It megas regardless. With Garchomp clicking Protect. And Sneasler opting for the Fake Out into that Garchomp slot. Here we see Dragapult hitting Dragon Darts, taking Sneasler down to about 50%, and about 50% as well on Charizard. And Charizard going right now for that Dragon Dance, boosting its attack and speed. You'd have to believe this Charizard X would now be the fastest thing on the field, depending on the training of the Dragapult. Both players considering their actions. Both Pokemon on Matty B's side threatened by Charizard clicking Dragon Claw. Sneasler opting to return and Sinistcha going out to boost the health of this Charizard. And Matty B opting for a retreat of his own into Sinistcha. Reading correctly where that Dragon Claw was going into Sinistcha, reducing it down to Citrus Berry activation and Dragon Darts going into Charizard and Sinistcha here. Charizard sitting at about 25% health remaining. Confirmed in that last turn that it is now faster than Dragapult. So a good turn from Matty B. Redirecting any potential Dragon Claws here again. Dragon Claw from Charizard X taking out the Sinistcha on Matty B's side of the field. And Matty B picking up Charizard X here. And reducing the health of Chestnut's Sinistcha. Sinistcha clicking Life Dew, unfortunately, with no partner next to it. But it does heal itself up to basically above 80-85% health there. Garchomp taking the stat drop from Incineroar here. Clear Body again doing its job. Matty B not currently equipped with anything that hits this Sinistcha aside of course from Phantom Force, but the Sinistcha is equipped with Protect, so a reasonably easy read in the next turn. Sinister retreating, coming back to give health another day. And Sneasler coming out to absorb this Phantom Force. Taking the Sneasler out of the game. Chestnut's down to 2 Pokemon. Was that a crit? No. Ah, yes, of course, Mekarita. Maddie B, the Dragon Tamer, picking up the win there. So Maddie B picking up the 2-0 win there. Maddie B going to 3-1 and Chestnuts finishing round 4 on 2-2, looking to get their win into the next round. Okay, we're just setting up for a little exhibition here. Another best of 1 coming in from Chestnuts and Maddie B. Okay. Maddie B, of course, for anyone who's in our Discord and knows Maddie B, knows that he likes some very interesting ladder teams. I'm hoping that Maddie B has his gravity copycat pop bomb. And it looks like we are in fact going to see it. Okay, so Chestnuts has got Aurorus, Lipard, Aerodactyl, Scizor, Hisuian, Decadui, Zoroark, and Maddie B indeed has Mousehold, Lopunny, Meowstic, Arch, Lucario, and Mimikyu. So the question must be asked, will we see 20 pop bombs go off in this match? It could happen. Alrighty, let's see what leads we get here. So Meowstic and Dom Toretto from Maddie B side of the field. Dom Toretto, of course. All about family. Lipard with a very fast fake out. Scizor, capable of clicking Bullet Punch, of course. Scizor clicking Mega on turn 1. And Mousehold protecting itself from any damage this turn. Meowstic Prankster hitting the gravity. And Scizor hitting a Swords Dance. Any potential Bullet Punch coming out now doing a lot of damage. Lopunny coming out on Maddie B's side. And Lipard encoring poor Dom Toretto, who has to click Protect again, but it fails. And a Bug Bite going into Lopunny and getting the Oko. Chestnuts knew what to expect. I want to see the pop-up. Soy Penguin, that is just the most iconic duo. Arch coming out in place of the Mousehold, and Aurorus replacing Lipard. Rain Dance from Meowstic. And Bug Bite, of course. Getting that one-hit knockout on Meowstic. Chestnut's taking a very aggressive 4-2 lead here early on. Let's see how our trainers can angle any way for victory. Sorry, Sherba, we don't mean to be blue balling everyone. Bullet Punch from Mega Scissor, getting the Oko on Mousehold. And Lipard clicking Yawn in the 4v1. Electroshot out of Arch. Taking Scizor down to just over half. Just under half, sorry. Arch has just this turn before it goes to sleep. Chestnut saying he should have brought this team for the main event. So no warning, goes back up. And Maddie B's Arch is going to get blue balled into a electroshot that it can't complete. And there goes the bridge to sleep. And Maddie B's Arch now looking down the barrel of a sweep by Chestnuts in the exhibition match. Gotta make him finish me. Maddie B, you need to change your trainer's outfit. That's terrible. Arch is fast asleep. Scissor Swords dancing for disrespect. And Aurora fail from the Aurorus. Oh my goodness. Judge, please. Chestnut's just wanting to really make sure that his Pokemon survive the rest of this match. Arch wakes up and Flash Cannon into the Aurorus. One-hit knockout through the Aurora Veil due to the extremely effective nature and the +2 that the Arch has. Arch going down to around about 20% health with a stamina boost. Do we see Lipard again, or does Chestnuts have a surprise for us? Dekidui. Can Maddie B bring this back in any way? We'll see what his plan is. What, Dekadui? What's wrong with Dekadui, Sherba? And there we see Chestnuts getting revenge for the main event. Maddie B, unfortunately unable to bring us the 20 pop bombs in one match. Alrighty, we have a few matches left going in round 4. We have one round left after this before we go into Top Cut. We're going to take this opportunity just for a water break, a stretch. Looks like all of our matches remaining are in Game 3, so they should be finished fairly shortly. I will be back once we get closer to round 5, and we will choose a winning in game there. Alrighty, chat. We are nearly there. One remaining match. Let's see if we can jump in and catch the end of this match. Alrighty, we are jumping in to VS George versus Peter. Let's see how this match is going. The final match of round 4. Ooh. VS George in a tough spot is 16 HP. Ben the Charizard left with 1 turn of Trick Room, versing Farigiraf and Torkoal. And a very quick finish to that match after we jump in. Alrighty, we'll wait for that one to go through. And then we should be ready for our final round of Swiss. Okay, next round pairings coming up. Oh, who should we grab? Let's grab 2 players that haven't been on stream yet. So we're going to grab a match from table 4 here. We have 2 trainers at 2-2, Trainer Skits and Comedia. Okay, let's get set up for this final battle. On the right, at 2-2, we are going to have Comedia. And then on the left, also at 2-2, we are going to have Trainer Skits. Okay, let's get these team sheets while our players are getting ready. So Trainer Skits, we can see, has brought a Citrus Berry Pelipper, a Focus Ash, Basculegion, Mega Dragonite, White Herb Sneasler, Choppleberry Arch, and a Mega Meganium, while Comedia has brought a Mega Floette, Charcoal, Ceruledge, Dragonfang, Como-O with Bulletproof, a Competitive Leftovers Milotic, Contrary Citrus Berry Superior, and Colbur Berry Intimidate Wordier. Okay, trainers are on their way into the room. Alrighty, let's jump in while our trainers make their decisions on leads. Matty B, we are doing a top 8, I believe. Let me just double check that. Everyone with 3 points is going to make top 8 up to a maximum of 8 players. So there is likely to be a few players miscut, unfortunately. Alrighty, our players nearly be ready for battle here. Skittles. Oh, they went on the wrong sides. Can you believe that? Skittles leading Dragonite Pelipper with Comedia leading the Regal Worm and my dad, Superior and Komodo. My dad retreating for Dirty Diana, the Floette. Skittles megaing his Dragonite. Superior faster than Dragonite, setting up light screen. Hurricane taking the worm down to Citrus Proc and Pelipper clicking Tailwind. Should now make Skittles the faster side of the field. Neither the Rigworm nor Dirty Diana want to take another Hurricane to the face, but this Dragonite from Skittles is a Hurricane, Thunder, Ice Beam, and Draco Meteor Dragonite. So a very, very aggressive Dragonite, looking to do something every turn. No real risk of fake out from Comedia either, but we see Mega Floette Eternal coming out on Comedia's side of the field, bringing that Fairy Aura. Dragonite angling its Hurricane into the Floette and only hitting it for about 33%, confusing Floette on the way, and Glare paralyzing the Dragonite. Pelipper also clicking Hurricane, finishing off superior before it can paralyze the entire field on Skittle's side. Calm Mind going for Dirty Diana the Floette. Let's see what Comedia has in the back. We know Komodo was on the lead. What other Pokemon are there here? Como returning to the field. Calm Mind Floette. Oh, +1 special attack, +1 special defense. With Light Screen is going to be taking far less damage from Skittle's side of the field than it was last turn. You would expect it to definitely survive this turn. Dragonite does have its multi-scale still intact currently. And Pelipper clicking Hurricane into the Como-O, taking it down to 30%. And Diana chunking both Pokemon on Skittle's side of the field. Activating Pelipper Citrus Berry back to about 50%. And Skittle's not taking the opportunity to double into that Como-O. Taking Como-O down to 5 HP. Five HP and a dream. Thank you for following, Ethity. Good to see you in chat. Dragonite now the slowest thing on the field with its paralysis. Wide guard from Pelipper this turn. Protecting both Pokemon. And that single target Moonblast. Splitting the diff, so a very passive turn from Skittles. Did prevent effectively the Pelipper from going down, but Comedia splitting the difference there and making sure that at least one of the attacks went through. We now see Arch come out with 1 turn of Rain, 1 turn of Light Screen, remaining on Comedia's side of the field. Drain Punch from Como-O, taking about 1/3 of the health from Archelodon. Healing back up to 20% itself. And Dazzling Gleam Floette, critical hit on the Arch. You would have expected the survival if not for that. Maybe. We don't know how that Arch is trained. Likely Sneasler. No, Basculegion in the back. Skittles Basculegion, of course, a Focus Sash Basculegion, so it is going to take at least 1 hit. Going to be some read heavy action. Basculegion protecting for a turn. Basculegion trying to see if either one of these Pokemon was going to take a protect turn. But I believe they're both probably faster than Basculegion here. Clanging Scales taking Basculegion down into the red. And Moonblast, of course. Finishing the job. Taking out Skittles. Final Pokemon. Comedia taking a 1-0 lead against Trainer Skits here. Okay. Our two players ready straight away for us. Now, what sort of adjustments can we see our players make here? Obviously, Superior putting in quite a bit of work early on, setting up the light screen, protecting a lot of the Pokemon on Comedia's side of the field from taking early damage that would have knocked them out. Can Skittles find an alternative pathway to victory here? Potentially leveraging the Fairy Aura that Comedia may bring with his own Meganium in Mega form. We see the same lead from Skittles. And a very similar lead from Comedia. Of course, instead of swapping, just having Dirty Diana out from the very beginning. Sherbet, it certainly does look like it's named after Chris's mum. Comedia Megarine Floette straight away. And Skittles in return Megarine his Dragonite. The Regal Worm again setting up light screen. And Dirty Diana taking the opportunity to Calm Mind and get to +1 special attack and special defense. One HP on the worm, becoming confused along the way. And Skittles making the adjustment. Double targeting Superior to make sure it's not around to click glare into any of Skittles' Pokemon. So Skittles taking an early lead of 3 Pokemon to 4. We see Komo-o come out on Comedia's side of the field. Now, last time we saw Komo-o taken down to red health, and then it getting a Clanger of Soul off regardless. Like, I could never kick Mark out of the caster chair. He's much more intelligent about this than I am. So Dirty Diana, the Floette, +1 from its previous Calm Mind, and Como threaten both these Pokemon Como taking the opportunity to protect here. Pelipper opting for a wide guard. And Dirty Diana going for the Moonblast into Pelipper. A slight misread from Skittles there, with the Hurricane targeted in to the Como-O. Back to 3 Pokemon apiece here. A very productive turn for Comedia. Skittles has a Sneasler now next to Dragonite. So Clangorous Soul is an Omni boost, Hector, at the cost of some HP. Now we see a switch from Comedia into Ceruledge, which takes a Hurricane from Dragonite, taking it down to just over half HP. Shadow Sneak from Comedia, cracking that multi-scale on Dragonite. And a Dire Claw perfectly timed into Dirty Diana with a critical hit as well. I'm sure Tim will let us know if that crit mattered. We don't know how his Floette has been trained. And the Hurricane from Dragonite confusing the Ceruledge. Comedia's remaining Pokemon, Ceruledge and Como-O. How will we navigate this endgame? Techno the Pig sitting at 20 HP. Skittles opting for the close combat into Como-O, not quite taking it down enough to prevent a Clangorous Soul, I don't believe. And Dragonite's Hurricane again going into Ceruledge and taking Ceruledge out of the match. No, Clangorous Soul, not enough HP left on Comedia's side of the field to get that Clangorous Soul off. You have to say, at this point, it is all but done for Tim. The forfeit from Tim confirming, and we do go into a Game 3. We're at 1 apiece. And there you see it. Comedia defeated Skittles. Skittles defeated Comedia. We go in to Game 3. Now, Skittles are stuck to the same lead for the previous 2 matches. And the amendment that Comedia made for Game 2 did not secure a win for him, even though you would argue was the better lead. He didn't need to make any switches to make happen what he wanted to make happen. Now, Comedia is going to have to be aware that Skittles has made that mental adjustment and targeted down the superior, knowing the damage that it can do. Okay, here we go. Game 3 of round 5, winner of this match, potentially making it to the top 8. So we see the same leads as game 2 from both players. Dragonite Pelipper on Skittle's side of the field, and Dirty Diana the Floette, and Superior the Worm on Comedia's side of the field. Again, we see a turn 1 Mega Floette from Comedia, and I would expect a turn 1 Mega from Skittles as well. Right on cue. Let's see how this turn 1 pans out now. Light screen from Superior, protecting Comedia's team. Calm Mind again. Are we going to see a repeat of game 1? Oh, game 2, turn 1, sorry. Hurricane from Dragonite into Superior. Superior again surviving on roughly 10 HP. And Pelipper going for Hurricane into Superior as well, making sure that that Superior is not around to click glare. Techno the Pig comes out on Comedia's side of the field. So Skittles again getting himself an early 3-4 lead. Skittles with the initiative here. And of course, Dirty Diana threatening as always. Moonblast into the Pelipper, taking it out. And Hurricane from Dragonite targeted down onto Floette, doing minimal damage. Meanwhile, Ceruledge takes the opportunity to bulk up, getting it to +1 attack, +1 defense. Sneasler coming in again on Skittle's side of the field. Dirty Diana threatening both sides of the field, taking the opportunity to protect. And Techno the Pig protecting as well, eating up a turn of rain. Two turns of rain remaining, 2 turns of light screen on Comedia's side of the field. Sneasler threatening Dirty Diana with a knockout from Diaclaw. Shadow Sneak going into the Dragonite to break. And there we see some multi-scale broken by the Shadow Sneak on Dragonite. Diaclaw going into the Floette for the knockout. And Hurricane into Ceruledge, taking Ceruledge down to roughly 50% HP. This game panning out much the same as it did in game 2. Como-O, the final Pokemon in the back for Comedia. 1 turn of rain left for the guaranteed Hurricanes out of Dragonite. Como-O opting for the protect this turn. And Ceruledge protecting as well, eating up that final turn of rain for Skittles. So Hurricanes from Dragonite are now only 70% accurate. Sneasler most likely the fastest thing on the field currently. Throat Chop not taking Techno the Pig quite to where. And the Draco Meteor from Skittles targeting down the Como-O for the one-hit knockout. The Bulk Up Ceruledge hits Sneasler for a one-hit knockout with Bitter Blade healing back up to 50% health. Skittles stuck with a -2 Dragonite and a Basculegion versus a Ceruledge which has clicked Bulk Up. You would think that Shadow Sneak does quite a bit of damage here. Ice Beam, probably a suboptimal move into the resisted Ceruledge. But Basculegion is faster and hits Ceruledge with the last respects, taking the final KO. Skittles securing the victory and moving to 3-2. Okay, chat, I'm going to see if we can jump in to our top table match here. Just give me a second. I don't want to show you guys the code. Okay, we're going to jump into the top table match currently of Genesis versus Magic-Aura. And what a time to join. By the looks of things, I believe we are early in the match here. Early in game 3. Currently 1-1. Just want to take the opportunity to shout out AM Gaming 04 VGC, provider of prizing for first and second place for our community subscriber tournament. So we've jumped into game 3 of the top table here. Genesis versus Magic-Aura. Winner will be the 5-0. So we see that Toxapex has landed a poison on Incin on Magicora's side of the field. All players still have 4 Pokemon remaining. Genesis has revealed Toxapex, Incineroar, Sneasler, and Charizard. And we have Mega Garchomp on Magicora's side of the field. Okay. Not a bulk up Gambit. No coaching, of course. Apologies. So recipient of coaching, King Gambit. +1 attack, +1 defense. Sorry, I'm pressing buttons here that I shouldn't be pressing. Hector, I'm not doing Costa commentary. I don't have the pizzazz. Haze from Toxapex wiping out those gains. Sorry, yeah, my Switch controller sits right next to the button that controls the stream. So my apologies to everyone watching. Close combat from Genesis's Sneasler going into King Gambit. Taking it down to 10% health. I promise not to do it like an ASMR stream. Look, Ninja Dude, if it's good, it's good, right? If it's not, you let me know. Kowtow Cleave going into Toxapex, and Toxapex is going to finish off this King Gambit with an infestation. Fuck off, Maddie. Look, if you guys need the background sound louder, let me know. Let me know. I can make those adjustments for you all. I'm pretty sure you can change your name, Gru. You just got to go into like account settings. Maddie B, get fucked. I have not been, and I will not be doing such a thing. Okay, 3 Pokemon apiece. Incin, Toxapex in front of Sneasler, Garchomp. We have a Sneasler at -1 attack, defense, and special defense. Close combat into Incineroar, taking it down to 40% health. And Stomping Tantrum from Garchomp also going into Incineroar, and Incineroar surviving on 15% health. Parting shot into the Mega Garchomp. A second Pokemon poisoned by Toxapex on Magic Aura's side of the field. Charizard from Genesis's side in a precarious position, though both Sneasler and Garchomp have had their attacks reduced significantly. Heat Wave from Charizard doing modest damage on both Pokemon on Magic Aura's side of the field. Rock Slide from Mega Garchomp still managing to do roughly 2/3 of the health damage to Charizard. And both Incineroar and Garchomp taking heavy poison damage. Both players thinking deeply here about the turn. Garchomp retreating into Sneasler on Magic Aura's side of the field. And Charizard protecting. Instinct clicking Fake Out into the Toxapex. A small amount of leftovers recovery, but it's going to be more damage from the poison status it currently holds. And Sneasler threatens a follow-up Fake Out on this turn on Magic Aura's side of the field. Genesis making the swap into Incineroar. Claw from Sneasler finishing the job and dropping Incineroar. And Flare Bits from Magic Aura's Incineroar into Toxapex. Barely making a scratch on the Toxapex. And Toxapex now taking the opportunity to inflict Incineroar with Infestation, doing additional tick damage and I believe preventing Incineroar from retreating. Yeah, Parting Shot should be able to escape the trapping. I did TCG for far too long, Skits. You know this. It's a hard habit to break. But we can't talk about TCG. Mark will complain. You'll say the stream's gone to hell. And an Infestation onto Sneasler as well this turn. Genesis looking to accumulate tick damage against Magic Aura here. Incineroar down to 5% of its health. Sneasler just over half. Maddie B, I don't know if you know this, but Charizard is a short king. It's like 4'11 or something. Charizard going for a second protect. Not getting it, and Diaclaw going into Charizard, taking Genesis down to only the Toxapex. I've heard Charizard is actually huge at 4'11, let's be honest. 5'7"? Okay. So our end game here is a Mega Garchomp with poison damage, back at full attack. Only Sneasler has minus attack currently. And Sneasler going for the cheeky coaching option here. You'd have to guess a very large stomping tantrum is coming Toxapex's way right now. Yeah, alphas in ZA were pretty huge. Sneasler going for another coaching on this Garchomp. And the pest that is Toxapex gets taken down. Magikarp securing the win. Finishing Swiss as our 5-0 trainer. Okay, that is the final match of the round. We're just going to do some small housekeeping here, and then we're going to be getting Top Cut ready for all of y'all. All right, and we're going to move on to the next phase. Okay, congratulations to everyone in top 8. We have Magic Aura, Comrade Clown, The Wizard, Maddie B, Genesis, VS George, Peter AEIOU, and Trainer Skits. You got it. Okay. Okay, so our top 8 matches are going to be Magic Aura versus Comrade Clown. The Wizard versus Maddie B. Genesis versus Warren. And then Peter AEIOU versus Trainer Skits. And I may have to change this bracket, because somebody dropped at the last moment. We're just doing some admin here. Okay. Just trying to sort out the admin here due to the dropping of a player last minute. Unfortunately, editing brackets is very difficult on Limitless for reasons unknown. Alrighty. Do I have everyone in here? No, I don't. Okay, we will probably jump in on table number 2. Once that one is ready. Who's Genesis waiting on? Genesis is waiting on Comrade Clown. Jude is not in. Okay, missing 2. Apologies, chat, for sorting out this mess. I got a bit trigger happy on buttons. Alrighty, who's not here? Maddie B. Where is Comrade Clown? Okay, we're going to jump in on the Wizard and Maddie B. I was going to jump in on table 2, but let's jump in. All right, we're on leads here. Whimsicott Ninetales from the Wizard versus Conkeldor Sinister from Maddie B. Okay, Mega Charizard from Maddie B side, reversing the snow set by the Wizard. Whimsicott taken down to its sash. And Whimsicott gets a burn, taking it out this turn anyway. Yes, unfortunately private battles don't count towards the dailies there, Sherpa. So Ninetales came back into the field previous turn. No, this turn, sorry. Setting Snow again and hitting a Blizzard into Sinister, taking it out. Taking Maddie B down to final 2 Pokemon. Garchomp and Charizard facing down a very fast Ninetales with Blizzard in Snow guaranteed to hit. As we all know, Garchomp does not like to be hit by ice moves at all. Okay, Maddie B going down in game 1 of top 8 to the Wizard. Okay. Okay, we're going to jump in again on the Wizard and Maddie B. Alrighty. Wims Ninetales versus Charizard Wims. An advantageous position for Maddie B here. He'll be able to mega and bring his own weather. And Maddie B does indeed do that. Megarine Charizard, bringing out the sun, and Maddie B's Whimsicott clicking Tailwind. The Wizard also clicking Tailwind. Tornado in the middle of the field. Ninetales going for the freeze dry option on Maddie B's Whimsicott, taking it down to the Focus Sash. And Charizard Heat Wave taking Ninetales out in one hit and taking the Wizard's Whimsicott down to Focus Sash as well. Maddie B taking an early lead in game 2 here. Okay. Maddie B retreating his Charizard, worried about a Garchomp Rock Slide, potentially. And there it is. Maddie B making the double switch into Dragapult and Garchomp. As we recall from earlier matches, Maddie B's Dragapult equipped with Dragon Darts with King's Rock. The Wizard's Garchomp, however, is the fastest thing on the field there. Flinch on the Dragapult. Moonblast from Wims into the opposing Dragonite. Garchomp surviving on 4 HP. But it also flinched. Oh, never lucky, Maddie B. Both players pondering their options here. Of course, the Wizards Garchomp, fastest thing on the field. Unless it misses Garchomp, you can almost guarantee that Whimsicott will be hitting Dragapult with a Moonblast this turn as well. Whimsicott protecting this turn. Maddie B's Garchomp protecting. And Rock Slide from the Wizards Garchomp. Taking Dragapult down on a critical hit. Probably mattered. And both players lose their Tailwind. Maddie B sending Whimsicott back out. Depending on how these trainers have trained their Pokemon, Maddie B with an opportunity to Encore Lock the Wizards into Protect. Doesn't take it, instead going for the Tailwind. And the Wizard also opting for the Tailwind in return. And Rock Slide from Garchomp taking out both Garchomp and Whimsicott, leaving Maddie B with only Charizard Y in the back. The Wizard in a commanding position here. Choice Scarf Garchomp, by far going to be the fastest thing here. And single target Rock Slide, taking Charizard out. And that is a 2-0 victory for the Wizard against Maddie B. The Wizard will be moving on. Alrighty, let's jump in to Peter versus Skittles. Currently, Peter up 1-0 against Skittles. And we see Skittles in a very rough position here. Down 2 to 4 Pokemon. Okay, Skittles has 2 remaining Pokemon, Pelipper and Dragonite, both at around 50% HP versus full HP Blastoise and Torkoal, with Tailwind active on Skittles' side of the field. Dragonite opting for the Draco Meteor into Blastoise, scoring the 1-hit knockout on a critical hit on Peter's Blastoise. And Pelipper clicking Tailwind. Is Pelipper Encore locked? There's nothing. I don't think Peter has an Encore Pokemon. Let's... No, a misplay there by Skittles. Ah, time delayed. Okay. Okay, Sneasler threatening with Fake Out. And it does. Dragonite missing the Draco Meteor, and Torkoal throwing a Weather Ball into Dragonite, which will pick it up. Pelipper versus the world. I believe Skittles Pelipper, unfortunately, it doesn't have Rain Dance or anything like that, so can't bring back the weather that it wants here. And Torkoal just doing what Torkoal does. Throwing another Weather Ball. Scoring the critical at the end of the match, and Peter will be moving on to the top 4. Alrighty. Let's jump in to Genesis versus Comrade Clown. Comrade Clown, co-panelist. Joel is a crit modifier. Co-panelist of the O2 drop. Let's jump in to see how he is going against Genesis. Okay, both trainers still with 4 Pokemon remaining. Looks like we've only done the first turn of the match. We can see a poisoned Delphox and Basculegion out against a Toxapex and a Sneasler. Genesis retreating the Sneasler. No Costa pop-off is going to happen. Comrade Clown going for the Mega Delphox here. Basculegion flip turning into Incineroar, taking Incin down to around about 65% health. And Comrade Clown repositioning with a Sneasler. And Heatwave taking Incineroar down to 25% health, activating the Citrus Barrier and going back up to approximately half health. Delphox taking Poison Chip, of course, after getting hit, we assume, by a Toxic from Toxapex. Comrade taking the opportunity to retreat Delphox into Whimsicott. Whimsicott eating a fake out from Incineroar. Meanwhile, Sneasler finishes off Incineroar with close combat. Activating the White Herb on Comrade Clown Sneasler, thus making it the fastest thing on the field. Toxapex targets down the former Delphox slot with Infestation. And Comrades, Whimsicott will now be taking constant chip damage as well. Intimidate from the Gyarados comes out, dropping Sneasler down to -1 attack after it's already used its White Herb. Rock Tomb from Sneasler into Gyarados, doing significant chunk of damage even after going down to -1. And then Whimsicott following up with additional damage into Gyarados. Gyarados says, I'll get some of that speed back, thank you. And Toxapex going for the Infestation now on Comrade Clown's Sneasler. So we can see Gyarados is neutral speed, but +1 attack, and Sneasler, and, well, not that it matters for Whimsicott, but Sneasler down to -1 attack. Both Sneasler and Whimsicott bound by the effects of Infestation. Sneasler now freed, and as Toxapex retreats into Genesis's own Sneasler, Gyarados taking the opportunity to protect. And both Sneasler and Whimsicott again targeting down the Gyarados with a very well timed protect. Genesis now threatening with a fake out from his own Sneasler onto Comrade Clown's Sneasler or Whimsicott. And we will see Toxapex return to the field. Comrade Clown hitting Genesis' Sneasler with a Rock Tomb, dropping its speed down to -1, and Genesis returning with a Diaclaw knockout onto Comrade Clown's Whimsicott. Both players down to 3 Pokemon now. Comrade Clown brings out his Basculegion. Oh, sorry. No, that's a poisoning from the hand. Both players down to 3 Pokemon. Basculegion for Comrade Clown. Let's pull up the team sheet and find out what it is. Choice Scarf, Adaptability, Basculegion for Comrade Clown. Doing big last respects damage. Sneasler again taking its 8th damage due to the effects of Infestation. Okay. Basca Legion now also poisoned, and Gyarados returning to the field, dropping Sneasler down to -2 attack. Both Sneasler and Basca Legion targeting down that Gyarados. Comrade Clown wanting it gone. Critical infestation hit. Basca Legion taking both poison and infestation chip this turn. The accumulative effects there. Gyarados getting the double protect here. With Comrade continuing to target down that slot. Just leaving Toxapex free to keep chipping away. Basca Legion, of course, taking big poison damage and additional infestation chip this turn. Close combat from Sneasler, finally landing into that Gyarados. And Last Respects also hitting its mark at last, taking Genesis down to Toxapex as their last remaining Pokemon. And this may, yep, be the end of Basca Legion there. Comrade Clown down to a poisoned Delphox and a heavily reduced Sneasler. -2 attack, -1 on both defenses. Versus the Toxapex that could. Genesis in a tough position here with no real attacking moves from Toxapex other than to continuously chip and of course Mega Delphox with Psyshock is going to hit Toxapex for very effective damage. But Toxapex scores the second consecutive Baneful Bunker. PP Storm might actually work here. Welcome in, Mazda. Good to see you here, Chris. Toxapex couldn't quite get the 11% roll. Diaclaw hitting for pretty good damage. Critical hit. And Psyshock coming in and cleaning up Toxapex. Comrade Clown securing the win. Now, unfortunately, we don't know which match that was. Okay. We are moving into our top 4. Okay, top 4 matches. We have The Wizard versus Magic Aura, and then we have Comrade Clown versus Peter AEIOU. So we will jump in to The Wizard versus Magic Aura straight away. Alrighty, chat. Our first match of the semis. The Wizard versus Magic Aura. So Magicora leading Kingambit and Sneasler versus the Wizard leading Whimsicott and Glamora. The very well-known Whims Glim lead. King Gambit picking up the Glamora after taking heavy damage from the Earth Power. Critical hit. I'm sure the Wizard will let us know if that mattered or not. The Wizard bringing out Garchomp. So Magikora seemingly in a comfortable spot here after taking out the Wizard's Mega Glamora. Magikora retreating the King Gambit. The crits again. Critical hit on the Sneasler, taking it down to its sash. And Dire Claw from Sneasler in return onto Wims. Whimsicott getting poisoned from that Dire Claw. The 10% proc. And Whimsicott hitting Sinister for very good chip. The Wizard very quickly down to final two Pokemon, Volcarona and Choice Scarf Garchomp, locked into Outrage here. Magikora's Sneasler opting to put some heavy damage onto Garchomp and sacrifice itself for the cause. Garchomp locked doing an Outrage into nothing and getting to Confused. After only 2 Outrages, Volcarona clicking Quiver Dance, getting the boost to both special attack and defense and speed. And Magikora sending out their Garchomp. We assume this Garchomp is going to be the Mega for this match for Magikora. Very big Rock Slide, potentially incoming from Magikora's Garchomp. The Wizard's Garchomp, unfortunately, hitting itself in its confusion, taking out Sinister with a big Fiery Dance, getting the special attack boost, but we anticipate that Garchomp here hitting the Earthquake, only taking Volcarona down to just under half, activating its Citrus Berry and healing back up to around about 60% health. Volcarona versus the world here on the Wizard's side of the field. King Gambit Sucker Punch into Volcarona, taking it down very low. And Fiery Dance, unfortunately not getting as much damage as does Wizard would like. But Volcarona avoids the Rock Slide there. Unfortunately, the Wizard extremely susceptible to a Sucker Punch here, which Magikarp does lock into, taking down the Wizard's final Pokemon and taking a 1-0 lead in the first semi-final. Rock and rockin' indeed, Sherba. Okay, let us jump back in to the Wizard versus Magikarp. The Wizard will, of course, be looking to not get rocked and not get poisoned, as he did in Game 1. Alrighty, what sort of amendments will our players be looking to make in this turn 1, if any? Magikarp opting for a Sneasler and Floette lead, with the Wizard going for King Gambit and Volcarona. Net a very strong lead here for Magikarp. Obviously, Sneasler threatens so much, and so does a very early Mega Floette. Coaching from Sneasler to give that Floette a defense boost, allowing it to Calm Mind, going to +1 defense, +1 special defense, and +1 special attack. Volcarona matching it with a Quiver Dance, getting +1 special attack and defense, and King Gambit going for the Sword Dance. Huge boosts to all Pokemon on the field, with the exception of Sneasler. We boosting all the way to the top. Volcarona requesting that the moves are directed towards it. Fishing for some burns. And Floette going for another Calm Mind here. Going to +2 on its specials. And a big kowtow from King Gambit into Sneasler, taking it down to Sash. Diaclaw taking Volcarona down to 5% HP, activating recovery. And going for a fiery dance into Floette, which both it and King Gambit resist. Well, King Gambit, neutral. Apologies. King Gambit Sucker Punch failing, unfortunately, as Sneasler goes for additional coaching onto Floette. That Floette on Magicora's side, +2 all the way around. +2 attack, defense, special attack, and special defense. King Gambit securing the knockout onto Sneasler there. And Fiery Dance Volcarona taking Floette down to 10% health. Dazzling Gleam going to clean up the Wizard's 2 active Pokemon here. Magic Aura getting a 2 to 3 lead out of that turn. The Wizard bringing out Scarf Chomp and Glamora here, while Magikora brings in their own King Gambit. Last game, we saw the King Gambit take a one-hit knockout on Glamora with Iron Head. It's my brain trying to figure out the math skits. Protects all the way around on this turn. Boosting Stomping Tantrum. Garchomp looking very threatening on this next turn. I'm not going to do it, Hector. My wife is sleeping in the next room. The Wizard activating the Mega on Glamora. Mega Glamora coming in. Glamora opting to take out Floette on this turn, getting the critical hit when it mattered with 15 HP left on the Floette. And again, King Gambit taking the return knockout, or sorry, taking the one-hit knockout onto the Glamora with Iron Head, bringing in Incineroar to intimidate down this Scarf Garchomp, which has... It is now just stuck there. Big Kowtow, critical hit. Taking Garchomp down into the very depths. Threatened by a Sucker Punch here. Locked into a move. Locked into Stomping Tantrum. And there is Sucker Punch from the King Gambit, securing the knockout onto Garchomp, taking Magikora to a 2-0 victory against a Wizard in the semifinals. Magikora will be moving on to the final match. Okay, let's check in on Comrade Clown versus Peter and see where they are currently at. Peter won. Okay, we'll find out very shortly if that's a final or if they're going again. Oh, they're stuck in limbo. All right, it looks like we do have a winner determined in the other match. So for our final match here, it looks like it is going to be Magikora versus Peter AEIOU. All right, our players will be getting ready for the final match now. Okay, we have Magikora and Peter AEIOU preparing for the final match of our Goodbye to Regulation MA tournament. These two players are battling it out for a first place prize of 75 Australian dollars provided by AM Gaming 04 VGC. Thank you again to AM Gaming for supporting the prize pool of this tournament. This is the biggest tournament we have run for our O2 Drop subscribers. If you are interested in being a subscriber of the O2 Drop, please do check out the o2drop.com. Our subscription cost is only $3 American per month. You gain access to our Discord where this tournament is hosted from. We do monthly Limitless tours, sometimes more than once a month. We have an additional Mafia server. We have additional content that we record every week alongside our usual episodes of the podcast. We call that the Bottom Cut, and currently there is over 150 hours of additional content on the Bottom Cut, where the panelists get very unhinged, very unprofessional, and we do have a promotion going now that once we reach 100 subscribers, we'll be giving away an autographed A2 photo of Chris's mum modeling in the 70s. Raffle being open to all subscribers of the O2 drop. On Magic Aura's side, we see a Sneasler and Garchomp lead, and then on Peter's side of the field, we see a Sneasler and a Blastoise lead. Exactly, Hector. That is at least 2 full days of additional content, depending on how fast you listen to it. Also, shout out to DeWizard and Comrade Clown for finishing top 4, winners of 10 Australian dollars, which pays for at least a cup of coffee after their monthly subscription to the O2 drop. We see Peter Megaring as well as Magic-Aura. Sneasler fake out into Blastoise. Sneasler fake out into Garchomp. Who could have predicted it? Crazy gaming on turn 1 here in the finals. This is Pokemon Champions. Sneasler's clicking fake out into the Sneasler's partners on both sides of the field. Somehow better than watching Calyrex click Astral Barrage. Magic-Aura's Sneasler hitting the coaching. And Peter's close combat taking Magic-Aura's Garchomp down to around about 50% health. Holy fuck. Magic-Aura giving no shits, clicking Earthquake into the whole field, taking his own Sneasler down to Sash, eliminating Peter's Sneasler and taking Peter's Blastoise down to 40 HP health, severely neutering the power of that water spout. That is correct, Master. Peter sending out for Rigorath. It's trainer to you. Yeah, as we can see there, Blastoise sitting at 25% health. That was a barely 40 base power water spout going out. You see Sinister immediately retreating into Incineroar. Rock Slide from Blastoise, finishing off Peter's Blastoise. Sorry, Rock Slide from Garchomp, finishing off Peter's Blastoise. And the Ferregraff flinching. And we see Peter's final Pokemon is Torkoal. Hard to see Peter making a stop to this Garchomp running away with big earthquakes now. Incineroar, Helping Hand into a Garchomp Earthquake, no doubt. Oh, into a Stomping Tantrum. Torkoal hitting the Earth Power, taking Incineroar down to 65% health. Big read on that turn from Peter. Seeing that maybe Magikarp doesn't want to kill its own Incineroar. But now we do have a turbocharged Stomping Tantrum from Garchomp. Incineroar clicking Helping Hand again. And this time Earthquake coming out to clean the whole field. Torkoal was indeed Torcooked. And we do see Magikarp eliminating the entire field. Taking the win in game 1. How is Peter going to make amendments to try and secure himself a win in the finals of the Goodbye to Regulation MA O2 Drop Subscriber Tournament? Sleep. Good call, Sherba. Will Peter be forced to bring out the sleep here? Threatened, of course, by 2 Fake Out Pokemon on Magikarp's side of the field. Our plays here choosing their leads and their back Pokemon very carefully. Will we see Blastoise next to Viv? Will we see Sneasler next to Garchomp again? It is indeed the Vivillon Blastoise lead from Peter's side of the field, and we see Sneasler and Garchomp again from Magikarp's side of the field. Vivillon, very, very susceptible to a Fake Out and Rock Slide here. Thank you, Jess Ditter, for following the O2 drop. Welcome aboard. Vivillon. Peter's potentially going to want to look to retreat that Vivillon straight away because Fake Out and Rock Slide into Vivillon will remove it very quickly from the match, but we have seen the threat of Garchomp receiving a coaching from the Sneasler next to it. Runaway Croissant. So both Magikarp and Peter opting to Mega their Garchomp and Blastoise respectively here. Sneasler instead clicking Fake Out into the Blastoise. And Vivillon sleeping the Garchomp. Net positive turn for Peter, you feel here. Peter's pretty free to click Shell Smash while Vivillon puts a sleeping powder into Sneasler. Of course, there is also the option of switching from Magikarp's side, bringing an Incin in to threaten a Fake Out again. But the Vivillon misses the 98% roll. Scores a Poison and a Diaclaw onto the Blastoise. And Garchomp gets the 1-turn wake up. Stomping Tantrum into the Blastoise slot to remove it from the game. An incredibly difficult position for Peter to be in here. Missing the Sleep Powder and the one-turn wake-up from Garchomp. We wanted Honkshoe Gaming and we get the one-turn wake-up. Garchomp now retreating into a Sinistcha. Big fake out into Magikarp, Sneasler, and of course, Grass Pokemon being immune to Sleep Powder. Peter retreats a Vivian with Farigiraf copying a paralysis from Diaclaw. Incredible stuff. Diaclaw getting so many procs in this match. Farigiraf now, of course, the slowest thing in Trick Room. A 1 in 8 chance that it doesn't move. Well, it does, in fact, manage to get Psychic off. A very clean KO onto the Sneasler. And Matchagotcha going out into Peter's Pokemon. Getting some healing action happening, and we expect a Diaclaw to come into the Sinistcha here. Farigiraf having a little pair. Sinistcha also having a little pair from the Citrus Berry. And no procs on Peter's side of the board. Both players down to 3 Pokemon here. Magikarp with their Mega Garchomp still active. Peter down to a Sneasler and a Farigiraf. And Vivian in the back. Sinistcha with the option to Rage Powder 2 single targets attacks away from Garchomp onto itself. Garchomp fairly free to do almost whatever it wants this turn. Big foul play from Farigiraf into the Garchomp there. Matchagotcha taking a significant amount of health from Farigiraf again. And Garchomp hitting Earthquake into the entire field yet again. Leaving Farigiraf on 17 HP. Incredible insight there, Chris. Love to see it. Peter retreating Sneasler into the Vivian, hoping to avoid the potential incoming critical hit from Pete onto Garchomp. Farigiraf going down to the Matchagotcha. Jude correctly anticipating the switch, going for the Rock Slide, taking out Vivian. Peter down to his final Pokemon of Sneasler. Sneasler versus the world here. A heavily hit Garchomp down to less than 20% HP. And Garchomp with a very easy stomping tantrum into Sneasler. That being the second win to Magikarp. Magikarp, the champion of the O2 drops. Goodbye to Regulation MA tournament. Congratulations, Magikarp. Thank you so much to everyone who participated. Let's quickly go and find our standings. So we can share to the world the final here. Alrighty, final standings. Now please keep in mind we had a minor issue at the end there with a player dropping just before top cut. So we had to force a little bit. So Swap, VS George, and Comrade Clown. So in first place, Magikarp, followed by Peter AERU, top 4, DeWizard, and Comrade Clown, followed by Genesis, Maddie B, Trainer Skits, and Detective Pikachu was in 8th place, with VS George dropping into 9th after their late drop. McGreg's, the McGregornator, Shabba boom. You need too many names, friend. Too many names. Rounding out our top 10. Thank you to Comedia Chestnuts, Liger Lord, Marine Matt, J Proof, Pabonuff, Wacko, AM Gaming. Shout out to AM Gaming for sponsoring the prizing for our finalists, King of Yi and Joel at home. We appreciate all of you joining this tournament. We appreciate all of you sticking around to be subscribers of the O2 drop. As I've already shouted out plenty of times, if you wish to support us, doing it through our the link, which I'm going to pop up one more time just in case you're new here. That's the best way to support us currently. As mentioned, we do these tournaments at least once a month. Once a month we'll look at streaming them when we can, and yeah, we generally just have a good time. Thank you to everyone who watched the stream. Thank you for everyone for participating. I've done enough talking this evening now. You know what? NAIC is on, so I don't think we can raid Pokemon, to be honest with you. Yeah, I don't think we can. Let me just check here, people. I'm pretty sure Pokemon's on. I'm pretty sure we cannot raid them. Yeah, go check out Pokemon. NAIC is on day 1 currently. It looks like they have Emilio Forbes versus Marco Silva. Run to that. Enjoy. Thank you so much. I look forward to seeing you all next time.